Yo, back up on here. Continuing to figure out these payments right now. Did a bunch of things offline with the logic and kind of refactoring some things to work better. So I'm trying to finish this up as quick as I can today. Hopefully I can get this done. There's a lot of little edge cases that I need to get to. So let's just get right to it. Um, Status canceled. Get effective. What up, Counter Gravity? Today's a good day. Yeah. Did you finally put your workstation together? Okay. Was you what's it looking like? Let me see this. For project completion.
Yeah.
Appreciate the sub. For... All right, so I need to set up a scheduler. Yep. All right, let's read some of these docs again. All right, subscription payment found. Conversion subscription no payment files. Counter Gravity i7 core Ultra 265K. This is literally half off. Only television CPU. Asus Pro Arc motherboard. 64 gigabytes of DDR5, but expandable into Arc Pro B70. Okay, I mean that sounds like pretty solid setup you got there. I don't even remember what my full setup is. I had my PC actually built like 3 years ago now. So right before prices start going a little crazy, I'm pretty sure I have an I want to say i7 as well. And then I don't remember my chip. I'll look into it, but I don't remember my full setup. But I definitely got mine like 3 years ago. Techno 5894, what up? What am I building? I am building a SaaS app. Basically putting the finishing touches on a SaaS app that is allowing like freelancers and agencies and businesses to basically handle the entire client lifecycle, meaning like onboarding to tasks to messaging, all like in one place. Plus, like they can invite coworkers and team members and whoever else you need to hop in there, so everybody can see what's going on within the project. Basically, I'll probably end up showing it here in a second. All right, so now I'm building a scheduler to basically sweep daily my users and determine which ones are expired, and then update that expiration in their actual database. So for the plan, so let's see, expire, past due, subscriptions. All right, so created a server file, server action, canceled, past due, expired. Expired. Expired past due subscriptions. Okay. Past these. Update my rows. Update user subscriptions. Set status plan to free. This new date was updated at where they are a pro and status is one of these statuses. And where ends at is not null, but it's less than this time right now. Okay. Returning, and then bring back that user and the subscription ID. Cool. Create a new set, let features. And for each user ID of unique ID, so basically it's going to scan it and create a set of all those IDs, and then you're going to try to freeze all those workspaces of those users. There's... All right, so I needed to actually do some extra things here. That's cool. How long you been working on it? I'd say probably about a month now, maybe a little bit more, honestly, probably like 5, going on probably close to 6 weeks. Started this actually back in January, but then I like ended up working on a different app for a while. Then the last 4 to 5 weeks been full time getting back in here and trying to finish this off. All the features and stuff are pretty much done already, and it's running and functional. And I already got it up on servers and everything. It's just now working out payments and handling all those kind of logic holes that can open up with payments and plans and different things like that, which it's always like kind of like that last 1% of a build that seems to take the longest for whatever reason. There's no building expiration task. All right, schedule this. Let me see if there's no building expiration. Scheduler building expiration sweep started. All right, so when I start up the server, this is starting a sweep for every 30 minutes. Then you're gonna run. Wait, run with distributed lock. What is that? It's gotta come from somewhere. No, right here. All right, so that's just my scheduler. All right, cool. So you're gonna run this. Expire past due subscriptions. Process expired. All right, so this is just my actual action to run expirations upon my cron job, and then test, stop, destroy. All right, so then you're just stopping it so it doesn't run continuously. Cool. Here's my test. Test, and then if you want, I can also add a one-time startup sweep trigger. I don't think I need that. Actually, yeah. Add. All right, let's see where we're at. All right, so offline, I implemented basically payments resumes, reactivations basically after you downgrade, but your plan hasn't fully expired yet. So I think it's working. We'll just come here and test this. So let's go cancel plan. It's gonna basically downgrade me to a person to a free plan, and they can only have these max, so they're over the limit. So then if I come here and cancel these or pause them, freeze them basically, so that you can still reactivate them if you resume payments. Come here, supervise the freeze. Just freeze that one. In fact, come here, let me see this real quick. Pinning. All right, so this was previously frozen, so it's good to see that it got properly unfrozen. And then let's come in here, when I'm going to freeze. Let's see, pending, active. So all of these should get frozen. The notes, the task, interactions, all of this should immediately be frozen because it's going to freeze the entire workspace. So let's do that now. Billing. Let's go to cancel plan. And let's freeze. So this is my other one, and I can only have 3 active projects at this level. So then I have forcing the user to basically freeze 2 of their plans that are active so that they can access it. So let's come here. Let's go to downgrade to free. Active projects and members have been frozen. Cool. You get this reactivation call right here. And then if I come back to my actual, cool. So this workspace is currently frozen and read only. So then if I come to my, you'll see all my projects are gone actively. Come here, they're all frozen. Gets the status as well. If I actually come to here, all right, I need to fix that because this should only be showing for clients. Let's go there. Lilith over there on Kick, man, or ma'am, man, whatever. What's up? What's going on? Welcome to the strat. All right, let's come here. Initial run has not. All right, so basically it's saying if this has not run already on restart or deploy, just go ahead and start running it, and then just do the same thing. Run my scheduler to get it, so that's good. And then let's come to where I'm at. It's here. It's gonna be for sure. All right, so I need cell status overlay. Equals and all right, so I'm gonna tell us to update this. Shows for clients. So projects that were previously pending. All right, so when I come here, this should no longer be visible. I should actually come in here and be able to at least read the project, but let's see. All right, so these gets all frozen. Come here, cool. Probably updated, and then come to members, that's also frozen, frozen. Come to clients, frozen. If I come here, shouldn't be able to, cool, frozen. Clients, members, same. Workspace frozen. I'm gonna add an upgrade button right here. It's just like here, so you can still come back, upgrade your plan. Rotations, settings. All right, let's go. Let's come to this dashboard. Let's see. All right. First of all, frozen shouldn't be shown in any of these. View my projects. Let's come to now. Those 2 specific ones should be frozen, but everything else should still be pending. All right, cool. So these are still pending. So I can still access these projects and work on them as I see fit. Let me just make sure. Just copy this. Let's bring this here. Come here. See if I can still assign people. Come here, check members. All right, so the only member that got frozen one is my excess. So I get 3 members, and then excess automatically gets frozen, which is cool. And I need to gate this. You shouldn't be able to change roles on somebody that's frozen. Get also a weird bug with modals sometimes. All right, cool. So let's come here. on these tasks are part of frozen projects. Let me see, branding redesign. Yep. Trying to figure out why it's not showing. Two, three, four. So I got all these tasks that should be showing here. Let's take a look at that. First of all, updated role equals client and project status equals. Go here. Right, that's frozen. Now when I come to my project, let's see. Cool. So I can actually get to this. But if I sign in as a client, yeah, it needs to be fixed. What the hell's going on in there? All right. Same if I come here. All right. Properly blocked. Projects currently frozen. Read only. Contact the inviter for more information. But that should only be for pending, actually. Because I started this. All right, let's see this. Come here. Project equals. That should fix it. And then I should be able to do this. All right, cool. So I can actually still see as a client everything that was done up until that point. I just can't actually do any of the task or comment or message or anything because it's completely frozen. Yep. But I still get a full kind of visual understanding of everything that was done. Don't want to lock you out completely. But then if I come to this one, which I didn't start yet, I'd never actually started this project, I still get this cool exact behavior I wanted. Come back here. All right, cool. So I still get access as well. All right, projects. What shouldn't be happening is I can see all my tasks here or notes. Director projects. 3 pending projects. 1 pending client. Who's pending? Pending client. Active task. Come to task. I'm not seeing all these. So let's come in here. See how it's being called. Racing function. Status. Too much. And then let's come here. Loader. Cool. And then come here. task where. All right, project task. Let's know task status where equals something got changed here. All right, task build. There's no return. Includes frozen. Set includes frozen. It's not null. All right, so that's so it's just got way too aggressive in terms of building my task statuses. Basically, it's including only frozen ones, but I need to include all as well, initially at least, and still allow. This is just what I use to basically create filtering to filter out frozen statuses because it's not a hard coded status, it's basically a pseudo status. Get status filters. All right. Should fix that and then come here. This should be change row should be gated. Let's see. All right. The route is single select, but the parser allows. Get. Didn't even do anything. What the fuck? Bob the 101, what up over there on Kick? How good of a coder are you? Senior, mid, or entry? I mean, I would still consider myself entry, honestly. I know enough to build, real world things and production things, but there's still enough that I don't know. So I wouldn't consider myself mid or definitely not senior. But I'll say entry with a kind of good, really good grasp of actually infrastructure and actually deployment and production kind of level things. Total task from inner join and from projects, inner projects. Projects ID. Why was that? Why was that in there? It's weird. I should have fixed it. Dan was gonna ask how cooked are you because AI should be doing all entry level stuff. Not cooked honestly. How do I put this? I think it's a little bit overblown in general in terms of AI cooking all jobs and entry level things. I do a lot of work freelance and I've been building that up more and more on my own. So if anything, like maybe for giant companies and corporations, they might be less willing to hire people for sure. But that is not because AI is doing everything. It's because they're trying to save cost any way they can, and they're also trying to, justify the amount of money that they're spending on AI tools because they're spending a lot of money on these AI productions within their workspaces because they have all these promised productivity gains. But there is a huge kind of problem that I think a lot of companies are going to start to face in the next few years is that if you don't hire anybody new, you're not going to have anybody there to basically maintain or continue building out your company in the years to come because all of your entry level people are gone, and then your seniors going to eventually leave and leave out. So like I'm not that worried about it. I do a lot of work on my own. I'm pretty good at like getting clients and freelancing and stuff like that. I think if anything, it's also opened a lot of doors for people that do have side hustles, especially for people that understand how to work with AI, because you can do full kind of productions apps along with the help of AI and without needing to hire and have a full team. So you can take on bigger and bigger jobs. And also, there's like a huge market that I've started to kind of get into, which is also fixing AI fuck ups and apps that people started on a whim and thought that would be easy to finish and complete, but then get stuck and are looking for people to kind of help them out. So it's kind of a double edged sword for sure. Like definitely, there's less people in entry positions right now, and the industry is a little bit fucked up in that situation. But I think it is honestly highly overblown in terms of the productivity gains that a lot of these companies think they're going to get. And I think there's definitely going to be a reckoning coming. And hopefully, you just stay ready, and stay prepared. All right, so remove these active filtering, which I think was causing my. So yeah, so I come here, now I get all of my tasks, not just the frozen ones, and then let's make sure filtering is still good. So I still got all my completed, still got the canceled, and then frozen because I didn't have all these were pending. Cool. Fair enough. Do you not use AI in your work? Doesn't it make it easier and quicker? I do use AI in my work. I do. I wouldn't have been able to have built this level of an app within just a month without it, quite honestly, because there's a lot of just typing and coding and refactoring and a lot of like a lot of grunt work that you're gonna either need a few people working on at the same time or basically work on this around the clock nonstop. So I absolutely do use AI in my work, but I use it as a tool. I don't use it as like the main brain and the crutch for everything that I do. I plan everything out. I set up the structure initially. I scaffold in things, and then when I need it to come in there and implement a lot of those big changes and refactorings and coding output that I don't personally want to have to do or have the time to do by hand each line, that's when AI comes very, very handy. I think AI is extremely useful and a massive tool for somebody that actually understands the code base and understands code. I also think it's like got a ton of limitations that people aren't fully aware of until you really start using it and understand what it's doing. And if you're going to do like a production app that handles payments, handles servers, handles all that other stuff, you cannot fully build anything completely with just AI. You're going to have a ton of issues. That's just kind of been my experience. So I do use it a lot. I just use it within context of what I need it to do. All right, so this is cool. So the project actually got frozen appropriately. That's what I wanted. Task as well. Come here. I only got two active, so I can't invite another one. Shouldn't be able to invite another one. Let me see. Then let's scope this change role. Why am I raw dogging this? No music, no YouTube, straight science. I mean, I don't know what you mean. I definitely have browser music going. If you can't hear that, then it might because it's on kick. But I actually have music going in my background. go change actions is going to be here. Where's that pop-up member? Copy email change rule. All right, if active, set is frozen. Unclick. All right, so it's not just that. So if active project close or all right, so come back here, refresh this, and then if I come back to change role again, all right, cool. Workspace should say member is frozen instead. Right, how should I fix this? Let's go set it as a model. Open. Workspace frozen action model. Call you model. Or yeah, let's go model type. Then let's come to workspace. Project or workspace. Alt there, and then let's try that. Refresh. Cool. Members frozen. Try frozen read only. Change that name. Workspace name. Members. All right, I think I might need to refactor this completely to a separate one. Let me see the best way to refactor this. Just need to refactor this table. All right, I'll let that refactor it and then come to here. Just double check these. So I should not be able to create a project. Cool. Workspace frozen, cannot create a project. And then same with these. Make sure these are frozen completely. All right, that needs to be fixed. Grab this. Projects. Come back here. Cool. Wait. Come back, fix that as well. Workspace, projects, come here. Tasks are there. Let's go view task. Notes, cool. Frozen, blah, blah, blah. Can't edit anything. Cool. Come here, let's go to manage client. Can't do anything there. Cool, workspace is frozen. Boom. Task frozen. Notes, clients. Can't invite. Cool, workspace is frozen. Got that as well. All right, so next thing only other thing I got locked down for a fully frozen is all these little actions, which is fine. Project status equals pending. Can I find project status? Project. All right, so frozen modal name, workspace.name, workspace, frozen model name, set. All right, on frozen. So it's going to call this function. Cool. Defaulting to workspace. Otherwise, where is it? Can manage. This one is change rule. All right, cool. So it should pass on frozen model. If act workspace frozen, workspace, otherwise member, and then member.name. Same with remove. Should allow you to remove. All right, let's do this. Come here, go to members, refresh. Click change role. Members frozen. The name currently frozen read only. Cool. Come here. This should be locked down. All right, gotta gate that, and then I can change these roles, but if you're frozen, I can't. All right, that's what I wanted. But you should be able to delete a member. If active workspace. All right, and then I had those props here. Resolve name, resolve name, resolve. Cool. Let's refactor this. Unless the workspace is frozen. Let's refactor that. Jisan, what up? 587 over there on YouTube. What do I do? I code. I'm building things, building a SaaS app right now. Kind of full stack development right now, building an app that is going to be live here within the week, pretty much. Just kind of doing the finishing touches of what I need to do right now. That's what I do. All right, so if that workspace return false, owners admins can always remove frozen members while workspace is active. If target member frozen at if member role equals owner and there is no member to remove that frozen at, owners cannot be removed, transfer ownership. Cool. All right, let's check this. Refresh. Should always be able to remove him regardless. Cool. Change role. Got it. All right. I'll come look at that later. But right now, I need to add these guards right now. So I'm gonna just tell it to disable pretty much all of these, including these sections. Let's go. Here, let's do this. Let's go to parent settings. I need to disable the forms. Minus the delete workspace action if workspace is frozen. All right, so I mean, some of you asked if I use AI. So how I use AI specifically is for stuff like this, where I know I need to come in here and basically disable every one of these forms based on a condition, instead of going in there and doing that all by hand. This is exactly what I use AI for. Like I use it a lot for mostly major kind of refactors and things that might be tedious to do. Cool. Mostly though, let's view this client. Members. Right, so all those are good. I'm the owner. What services is app providing? What's up, Delicious? That's a few times, but it's basically a system as a service app that is going to allow freelancers and agencies and businesses and small businesses in particular manage their client projects and client work. So if you do a lot of like client contracts and things like that, you will quickly learn that the hassle of email and just running somebody from start to finish and communication and getting other people involved in context can quickly get out of hand and be very kind of frustrating and slow down the process completely. So that was a problem I was having as a freelancer, and I was like, this is really annoying. There's got to be a better way of doing this. So I ultimately decided that, you know, why not just build my own? And that's basically what I set out to do, and that's what I've done. And I've decided, you know, why not extend this in to a service that, you know, other people actually might enjoy using or might find some use for, because I know it is a kind of widespread issue. So that's pretty much what it is. All right, let's make sure this is cool. So all these get disabled if this is frozen, except for this. I can still delete. All right, let's fix that. Why is that like that? All right, cool. I already said what type of SaaS app I'm building. What language do I use for my backend? So I'm using React Router 7 as my framework. That is pretty much what I do all my kind of app builds right now. The one I've kind of grown to love and really fallen into a good flow with. I use Drizzle ORM for communication to my backend. I don't build my own backend completely. I use Drizzle ORM, and then I typically deploy to Supabase for my database and everything. I host on my own VPS. I use BetterAuth for authentication. And then obviously I build in like TypeScript and JavaScript and what's the other one I use? And I use like Chatzian for some of my UI design. How do you gauge your AI integration to your workflow and manage code? So I guess when you say how do I gauge it, like how do I keep track of it? How do I like, you know, keep on top of everything that it's doing? Is I review everything like as I go. I don't run agents, just let them run pretty much and do their own thing. I'm very much hands on. Before I do anything, any major factor, feature, anything, any refactoring, I actually use AI to do a lot of my planning for that type of thing. So like I literally just scope out an entire plan based on my code base and everything that needs to be implemented. make little tweaks and things like that, and then I let it kind of do its thing in phases, and then I check after each phase to make sure that's doing what I want it to do. I find that when you do it kind of like that, you save yourself a lot of headaches in the future, and you should definitely use a lot of plans when you're using AI as much as you can, because if you just let it kind of make up its own plans and you don't have any direction or hand in it, it can do some pretty crazy things. Bob the 101, what up? How long you been coding for? You said you do freelance. My bad. Hard as fuck finding clients, even if you're good. Yes, it is. I've been coding for, I mean, on and off my whole life, honestly. Like on and off my whole life. Even when I was playing professionally and doing this pretty much as my full time job, I was still on the side doing a lot of coding, a lot of website building, a lot of things on my own and for other people. So it's been on or off for quite a long time. But kind of full time in the way that I'm doing it now, I would say it's probably been about a year to 2 years or something like that. And in terms of finding clients, it's hard. Yeah, it is very hard to find clients, but that's kind of where marketing comes into play. My degree was in business, so I have a pretty good understanding of business and marketing, things like that. And I've done my own businesses for a while, so it's kind of up to you. Like it's not everybody's built for that kind of work and constantly trying to find clients. But if you get to a good groove and you use your resources, use people around you, and you know how to kind of market yourself to a good degree, you can be successful. And this is also like live streaming is also, people don't understand, it's like live streaming is also a major marketing tool for me in terms of also finding clients and getting freelance work, because people do search you up and people do stumble across you and people do kind of do background checks in terms of like who you are and kind of big projects you do. And if they can see you kind of like live building, doing things like in person, so to speak, you have a much higher chance of getting client work. And then I'm also using this project not only as a SaaS app for myself and potentially other clients, but also for future clients and showing everything I can do. So it's all marketing. Everything I do is pretty much marketing. He said, nah, because you're competing with Wix, another big company who knows so how much who are known, so how much you charge for a site. I ain't gonna tell you how much I charge for a site, but I'll tell you this. If you've ever worked with anybody that has a small business or is starting a business, do you think that they really want to sit down and build their own website from scratch on Wix? The answer is no. Most businesses, that is not why they're getting into business. They don't want to have to handle all those things. So there is still a very large market for people that don't want to actually do those things, but need a site and want a good looking site and want a good app. And that's where you can come in and inside them, especially if you're like got those connections. I've already done plenty of those. I've also built things on Wix and on WordPress and on Shopify for other people, simply because yes, they have the tools to go do that themselves, but that's not what their business is. Um, Delicious. I'm going to use AI for extracting info from library documentation. Everything else I write manually. I mean, that's kind of crazy. I definitely use it for documentation. That's a big one, especially when I'm using like third-party apps or new packages that I don't fully understand. Like Better Off is a big one. Like I'm pretty good at it now, but I fully copied Markdown and told AI to basically extract everything that I needed and give me a plan of how to implement it. So I definitely use it for that as well. But to write everything manually these days, I try. I do write still a significant amount manually, but I also let AI write a majority of my code because I just don't. I do not like to write that line by line. And when you're building an app that has so many like features and levels, kind of like this is pretty dense. Like you start getting to like deep code. It's just easier to just let it kind of handle that menial work. And I rather focus on kind of the big features, especially if you're trying to build something and get it up pretty much as quickly as you can. So I don't write everything, man. Um, Fleet Clips, what up? Okay, nice. You should use Goose migration with your Supabase DB to help maintain it better and for more control. Huh. Yeah, I don't really I don't know Goose. I've never heard of that one. I pretty much use Docker and GitHub Actions for my deployment right now. I haven't really run into any issues, but I might look into it. You usually run your UI/slash front end locally as you begin during development. Yeah, I pretty much always build locally before I push. Push is typically something I don't really start to do until I get to a finalized version, because I don't want to have to continually handle migrations, honestly. So like for my database, I just do pushes all the way until I'm ready to start deploying, and then I switch over to migrations and everything like that. But yeah, I do local build for most of my process before I'm ready for my visual initial time. Uh, you said yeah to bring down production time consumption to speed up the deployment. Okay. Yeah, like I mean, my whole goal basically with AI is to decrease the amount of time I'm spending the producing and production and putting into features and more thinking about like the larger scale aspects of an app. That's what I want to use my mind for mostly, and then let AI kind of do all that refactoring and copying and pasting and all those like guards. Honestly, because I miss a lot. I miss a lot. Like you're gonna miss a lot when your app grows. Like little areas that you needed to guard against so that you didn't update and things like that. And AI is really good at catching those places. So that's where I kind of let it like really do its work. Bob the 101, can we get at least a roughly yearly? Because I low key want to know what's the scope for such a job. Because you always hear motherfuckers making 10K a site or something. All right, so definitely not no 10K a site. Depends on the type of site. The only time you're going to get to the thousands of dollars for a website build is going to be if it's completely custom from the ground up, which nowadays is quite honestly not the case. I can't give you yearly because I haven't done a full year as a freelancer, but I will say this. I don't make most of my money just building websites. Like what a website build typically for most businesses that you're going to be working with is not going to be a custom site. It's going to be based on a framework or CMS like WordPress or Shopify or Wix or like Squarespace or whatever. All those different places that people already kind of know about. That's typically what they're going to want you to build on. So that in itself isn't going to be a ton of money, but what is going to be a lot of money, which is where my kind of skill set comes in, is that I can also handle the marketing, the branding, the advertising, getting you up on analytics, like all the excess stuff is where you start to make money as a freelancer. If you're just trying to be a freelancer, just building websites, you're gonna have a hard time. But if you can like branch out into those other areas, then yeah, you'll be able to find a lane, and you can always kind of find work in different areas. If you can understand the business side of things as well as the website stuff, you're gonna start being able to be more consistent. You said Goose Migrate, Fleet Clips. What up? Goose Migration just allows you to up and down the versions and tracks all changes, so you're never lose necessarily the previous DB formation or structure. Okay. Here it goes, Zig Rust ever. See, I haven't really like touched any of those yet. I'm still pretty new, I would say. So my language are pretty kind of restricted to JavaScript, React, the main ones right now. I know Ruby on Rails pretty well. That was the first language that I kind of learned, but other than that, like I haven't really touched any of the other stuff. But I'll look into it. I mean, I'm always open to new tools that can help speed up anything and make things easier. It's definitely a continuous learning process. Let's see where we're at. All right, so this, I can still update these invitations. Let's just revoke these. All right, members frozen, clients. All right, the ones I selected are frozen for the task. Frozen. So if I come here, make sure this is completely frozen. Cool. And let's see, client 5. So let's see from the client side. This is resigned. Skywalker 8, man. What up, man? Just join chat. I'm new. Are you a web dev? I am becoming a software engineer, developer, however you want to say it. Yes. How do I find clients? I mean, the usuals. Obviously, you got, Fiverr, which I don't actually do that much work on. I have Uprocks, Contra, there's freelancer.com. There's a ton of sites. Pretty much I have a profile on most sites that you can think of. But honestly, I get a lot of work kind of directly. Um, I have I know a lot of people. So like a good way to start out with getting clients first initially isn't going to be online, which is going to cost you money to even kind of bid on. Just use people around you and people that you know. I happen to know a lot of people that have businesses or starting businesses or doing something in it that they need some sort of web presence. Because most people, like I said, most people that are doing businesses or things like that have no clue about websites or web development or how to build a web presence. And that's where I kind of come in with a lot of people and help them. So a lot of that has been personal, and then I've started to get more work from those initial projects that I've done. And then honestly, I've started to get some work just from doing this. Honestly, I've gotten people reaching out to me, seeing if I can do something for them. So it's pretty much 24/7 kind of marketing. How long have I been programming? I've been programming for a while, but at this kind of stage, at this state, I would say probably going on a year, 2 years, something like that. Frozen, frozen. All right, this needs to be fixed. All right, let's go. Task. First of all, let's remove project overlay. It's tied to the card. Matter of fact, let's do this. Make this overlay. All right, while it's doing that, let's grab this again. I'm gonna change it here. Is this far? Go on now. Shouldn't take that long. What SaaS am I building here? I'll show y'all in a minute. I'll show you. I'll show you in a second. I got enough people asking, so I'll just walk y'all through it. It's shouldn't take this long. All right, cool. So it's out of that container. Now let's come here. Where are my tasks? Guess I could have did that myself. I didn't know where it was. Place you here. All right, cool. So now I should be able to come in here and actually see the task still as a client, but I can't interact or do anything with it, which is what I'm looking for. Frozen. All right, so projects look good for Frozen. Tasks are good. Come back here. Scope this because Frozen shouldn't be an active task. Skywalker 8, what team did I hoop for? I hooped all over. I spent majority of my professional career in Europe playing different countries around the way. Euro Cup, Champions League, stuff like that. So a lot of my time was spent in Italy, but I spent a lot of it in different countries all over the place. Played G League here. I played a bit everywhere, man. Let's come here. Where's my active tasks? Where and is oh, that's my clients. All right. All right, cool. What if I come here? Still there. All right. It's just not my active task. Best of luck with everything, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate you copping in here. All right. So some of y'all have asked kind of what this is about. So got some new people in here. I will just kind of walk y'all through it. So basically, just come here. This is the app client delivery system that moves workforce. Basically, it allows you to manage clients, project tasks, and communication all in one place without the KS, aka emails. Actually, you might put that. I kind of like that. Let's go. Might do that later. But basically, this is it. Client delivery system moves you forward, manage all these clients in one place, and then you can just come to this one. I already have set up. You come to your account. You initially come to this dashboard, which immediately shows you all your active tasks, your projects, your workspaces, and any pending invitations that you might have. Because as a user, you can create a workspace, which is basically a work area or a business kind of page where you can control everything related to your business, which is projects and clients and tasks and members. Or you can also join somebody else's workspace. As you can see, this user right now, I am not the owner, but I have access to their workspace where I can see projects and notes and tasks and things like that and contribute to that area. So you can like invite coworkers or employees or whatever if you have a small business or a business. Otherwise, you create your own workspace, which brings you to this page as well. And you will see your active projects, active clients, and active tasks up front. So you get to see all these. Here's notes that are left for these are notes that you can leave within projects, and then as well as a kind of owner of this space, you can invite other members to join in here. So you basically give them access to also work on projects and things like that. Manage your invitations, change all your settings. Like you have full role permissions, so you can control who can like do things within projects. Basically, who can edit projects, who can complete them, who can cancel, create tasks, who can complete tasks. Basically, who can run a project. You can give that to, a member role level, basically as an admin, which is, the second highest level, or a project lead, which is just a member who gets a special signification within a project as the project lead. They still keep their member role, so they don't get any access outside of the project, but within that project, you can give them access to actually run it basically without you having to be hands-on. Same with clients, you can control who can do what with that, and got full email preferences and all that set up. But in general, when you come here, let's start a new project. Let's just call this man, I appreciate the sub, Illusionary Moon. Fire also on Twitch. Yeah, you found me on Twitch, so yes, I am. So let's just make a project. Let's call this a custom app build, for example, right? I will assign this to a lead. Actually, I need to scope this because I should not be able to assign a frozen project. So let's come here. Why you test your apps as much as you can, because there's always areas that you're going to miss. Let's go to, I want to search this. I'm just going to tell it a scope, the project lead. Search list. Do not include frozen members. All right, while it does that, basically you can still assign somebody right here. So you can even assign yourself. Let's get this some brief copy. Let's come here. And then find a client. Let's use an existing one I have who's not actually working right now. Let's see. Find a client who's not active. Let's go Jamie. You can invite a new client, or you can invite clients you already have, meaning they already have accounts within this site. So you can continually rework projects with them, because a lot of times you might need to do follow-ups, or they want to do additional features or do more things with them. You can, again, just re-invite them, or you can invite a new member. It's kind of up to you. You have full control over that. If you invite a new member, an invite links get sent out to that person through email, obviously, and then they click the link and they are able to quickly create an account and get access. Actually, I'll just show that process right now. Let's go client 04. Do that. So I'll just invite a new member. Let's call you since it was Cersei, and since it was Jamie, let's call you Cersei. And create this project. And once you're in this kind of project, you have full access to a timeline and everything. So you can create messaging. Hey, welcome. Create messaging. You can create tasks for people, or let's just say, going to be sending some tasks shortly to get you on board. That's another bug. Let me fix that. This stuff. Oh, I know what happened. Cannot open multiples. There we go. All right. Come here. Let's create my first task. Let's for example, onboarding form. Hey, fill out this Google form as in depth possible. And then, for example, you come here, create them a link, basically, which would be to your Google form. You can make this a standard. You can also assign this to a specific member within your kind of workspace so that they know what needs to be happening. And then let's say, for example, here's internal instructions: update client details with information from this form. Create that task, and then you can leave notes for your coworkers. Hey, check this project out, for example. Just leave notes for whoever you need. Let's go for John again. Create those notes, right? So you basically have full context of this whole entire kind of project now. So it's all one workspace. You can come here, you can see all your tasks that need to be done. You can see notes. So if I sign in here as, for example, Jane Doe, which is, I believe, test 3. Yeah, so I come here as this member of this workspace. You get to see all the notifications still. You can see I created a task, added a note, sent a message, assigned you as a lead. So I have full notifications of everything that's happening within this project basically, but I can also have full control of the project. So I can create tasks, I can leave messaging, I can, update things as a project lead. But if I were to come in here as the other guy, like John Doe, for example, I think that's test 2. Yeah, so I got here, I get the notifications of notes that are left for me, but I don't have access because I haven't been given permission to actually create tasks or edit or manage basically the project. I can just see what needs to be done and see what tasks can need to be done and get alerted of changes within this task and do those on my end and then kind of alert people on the team that it's been done. But I can't actually complete these tasks or do anything like that. But again, as a client, let me show you as a client view real quick. Let me show my email. Client 4. As a client, when you come in here, you get this link. Basically, it just tells you to set a password so that you can sign back in here whenever you need. Boom. So I come in here, full project basic approval. Here's a project. It says I've been pending approval. Start to unlock this. So I can start this project. I can see everything that's already been done, messages, tasks assigned to me. I can start these tasks. I'll come here. I fill out this form. Then once I say I'm done, hey, I filled out the form. For example, you can see within the task, it tracks everything that's happened. So tracks when it gets submitted, the full details that somebody leaves me. I don't see internal instructions as a client because that's not for me. I don't see notes because it's not for me, but I get to see all the messages and tasks that are basically assigned for me to do. And I can alert the other workspace basically, hey, I updated a task. I did what you needed. What's next? Basically, you can handle all communications. You can handle all events that need to happen within a project lifecycle without needing to even touch email, which is a huge bonus for me as a freelancer. If I don't have to go through email threads and updates and rechecking things, like this is definitely the way to go. Again, you come in here as the owner, I get all these notifications. You can change that, but I can see everything that's been happening. But I can come in here again. I can also just come in here and see all the context, everything that's been happening. I want to see the progress on everything. I get internal instructions. I see the details, for example. So if I was to ask them, hey, I need login credentials, and they filled it out, it will show up here quickly in the task details, so I can know that and have that, not have to continually ask them for those same kind of things again, and search through my emails. It's all within the projects, within the context of the client. And if I don't agree with what they filled out, I can like send it back to them. Hey, I need more information. It gets updated here, sent back in progress. Hey, I need information. Here is the task details. And then on their end, they will see that this task still needs to be updated with whatever details I'm asking for. So basically, that is the premise of my whole app for people that have been asking me today. It's a way to manage the project client lifecycle for whatever contract work you're pretty much doing on the side. And it can also it can be, it's very scalable. You can have up to, thousands of members within a workspace of your full business, and they can have all contacts. You don't need to email back and forth what needs to be done because you can just quickly come here and see what tasks need to be done, what tasks were assigned to me, what notes were assigned to me, and then just kind of do your thing and send those updates, and everybody gets notified appropriately. Basically, you run them through this whole kind of life cycle without having to touch email or do anything else like that, or touch honestly messengers. If I don't gotta touch Slack with people, that'd be the gold mine. So that is the general premise for my app, and that's basically what I'm finishing up right now. Salesforce Al9, what's good? What we building? I'm not going through that again. Basically, it is a client lifecycle thing that allows you to manage projects and clients from start to finish. But I literally just did a whole walkthrough. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to go through that again. But if you can see, this is pretty much the app. Managing tasks, managing messages, managing clients, managing projects, all within your own workspace with team members. All right, so let's see. Where was I? All right, so remove that scope. Paul Matan, what up, man? Did you have this far last night, or did you get no sleep? I've been at this. Like I said, it's pretty much done. Feature wise for my MVP that I want. Now I'm just basically wiring up all my guards and scoping actions and everything like that for subscription plans and handling the payment things. But the actual functionality of the site is done, and it's actually been done for a little while. It's just going through some live testing on one of my servers right now. All right, so initial members is no members are frozen at. Cool. Carol, you're what up, man? What else do I need to scope? I need to scope a few other things. All right, so I need to scope my lead, signee, and then I think my note signee. Needs me. Let's go layout for my projects. Also need tasks, I believe. Task. Maybe index. All right, so should we fix that? Nice. You're building a marketing product. Okay, that's what's up. What kind of marketing product are you building? Paul Montan, the dirty work. Yeah, definitely the dirty work. Now it's just kind of getting the nitty gritty, all those little, to dos that you have thought about or maybe have not thought about that aren't necessarily the pretty side of things, but definitely like the essential side of things, basically. Like I would not launch it without having these in place. What AI are you using, Cloud Code or Codex or code by yourself? So I do both. I use VS Code and my kind of GitHub Pro subscription, and I pretty much code alongside Codex 5.3 because I previously locked off Opus 4.6, and I'm not using Opus 4.7, paying 8 times the tokens just to use it. So I code alongside Codex, but it's 50-50, I would say. It does a lot of the code writing, and I just do a lot of the planning and implementation. Garo, I made a basic keylogger yesterday. Okay. What'd you make? You made it in Python? I know that's what you were trying to learn. All right, so it should have scoped. These are frozen. Just wait for my projects. All right. So if I come here, refresh this, I should not be able to add a frozen member. Cool. Cool. But if I come to my tasks, all right, let's look. About my init task. You said yeah, Python. Okay, how's that going? You using free code camp like we talked about, or what's going on? All right, so this is cool. Notes are scoped. Can't add a member that's frozen. Project is still accessible in a free mode. Now let's come here and check one more thing. Let's go to projects. So now I have one, two, so technically I have four. Let's do this. Let's go. Cancel that one. So technically I have 3 active projects pending plus 1. So I should not be able to create. So I need to guard this and not allow project creation. All right, so there's a few places I need to guard. Instead of doing this manually, I'm going to tell my agent to this. I need to add server-side guards for some of my workspace actions to enforce the owner's plan limits, starting with create another. They have /active projects at the limit. Can't invite member. /non deleted members. Limit. Let me just make sure. I'll just double check my plan. So free, you get 3 members, 3 active projects, 1 own workspace, core notes, task and scanner. Then member. All right. So it should go in here on the back end of my servers and then guard these basically to enforce the plan limits. And that's honestly kind of one of the last major things I need to do. I got cancellations working, reactivations working. Carajo, I start my CCNA later this week, so warming back up. Took a little break, as you know. Okay, yeah, man, welcome back. Welcome back. Everybody needs a break, that's for sure. I mean, after I finish this, I'm definitely taking a nice little break because this has been weeks straight now, as you know. Salesforce. I'm building a Chrome extension which captures browser session tokens for a SaaS product, which is very clunky and old. Using my extension, I'm adding AI layer. Browser session tokens for a SaaS product, which is very clunky and old. Okay, so you say you're building a Chrome extension which captures browser session tokens. So you're capturing like sessions that are going on for a SaaS product, which is very clunky and old. Is this a product that you use or a product that you built? And you're basically trying to extend its usability. Let's come in here, test, email. All right, so these are good. Need to add some styling for frozen. These shouldn't be here. Those shouldn't be there. I don't know why they're there. active task, and no project that frozen at. That's a Salesforce product, which is being used by a lot of companies already. I'm just extending the AI function. Okay. All right. I've actually never used Salesforce, so I know a lot of people actually do use it, and a lot of companies use it. So that's probably pretty smart. Are you planning on having this be like a paid extension or for free? And what's your background into software development? Like how long you been doing it? Like is this something new for you or something you've been doing? I don't know why this is showing. This is definitely frozen. So why is this showing in my? Check my list of things I gotta do. Let me see what I knocked out. This is actually taking a minute. Um, Kind of last thing I need to check. Let me see. Overview projects. So right now I have 1, 2, 3. I shouldn't create another one. You said you have both features, free and paid, unless I'm paying for something my users are not. That's the goal. Okay, I mean that makes sense. Like I know that's definitely a way to go for a lot of people. Have you built the Chrome extension before? It's something I'd actually kind of be interested in. Like I wonder if how similar it is to build something like this. All right, so we're getting some progress now. All right. Active project statuses that count towards active. Pending active, pending completion. Oh, that should not be like that. Let's request path headers is create relation path, request path. If in headers session assert. Okay, so get the session user. You try to assert the user within workspace quota. Same for this. Assert within quota. Relation ID, members. Because I'm extending better auth. Okay, that makes sense. Where's my projects though? Add server guard for member invite limit. Add organization invite member. It's not true. All right, can't create. Check workspace permission, session permission, project reset invitation. Can't create out loud. You're within quota. Active. All right, that wasn't working. Lead is member. All right, so Carajo, I don't know if the Bob guy is here, but you asked them what their budget is for the website and start negotiations there. Yeah, that's definitely one way to do it. I mean, I'll say it depends on how they found you. If they came to you, personally through your email or your website, yeah, that's pretty much how I do it. I'm like, all right, what's your budget? And then we'll kind of go from there. But if they find me on like one of those other platforms, you kind of already have to have a kind of price up front up there. So like you can't really control that. But one way to kind of go around that is you limit highly the things that you're willing to do for that kind of base price. And then if you want like which I find a lot of people trying to do is try to add on extra pages or extra features, charge for all of those. Like set your initial price for whatever it needs to be to do like maybe one core feature. But if you're going to start throwing in extra features, yeah, I charge extra for all those. Salesforce out. I'm a dev, but never built a Chrome extension. I'm using Cloud Code and going good so far. Okay. I mean, I'm assuming you don't have to roll anything like authentications and stuff like that, or how deep is this app getting? And how long you been a dev? All right, so basically, I'm trying to guard the actions for a user if they are off the pro plan, so to say. So they only get a certain limit of members and workspaces and projects. And I need to put guards in place on the back end server side, not just front end, that basically prevent that from happening. And right now I am trying to tighten that up. Still counting pending completion. All right, so it's getting my workplace plan and with this organization ID, and it's pulling out the plan. So I actually know what is in this plan, which actually should not. I think that's where it's messing up. Let's go. Returns effective plan. All right, good. Workspace plan, promise plan, ID, active, owner member. All right, so I'm finding resolve the workspace owner. Finding the owner. I'm getting their subscription. And I'm pulling that out from the subscription. If status is active and if status equals canceled, then that is greater return plan. Otherwise, return free and false. Okay. Oh, I know why. Shit. All right, I know why. Might not need that. Let me refresh workspace. You said you do have auth and backend. Okay. Okay. So I mean, who do you use? I don't actually don't even know. So when you're like building an extension, what language are you typically building in? What auth are you using? Are you rolling your own auth? And kind of like what's your general backend with that? Because I'm interested. Like I've never really touched or even thought about extensions, but I'm sure there's a bit of a difference there. All right, I think I know why. So let's come here. I need to come to a free user. Let's go to test. Make sure these enforcements are in place. So I am on the free plan. So I should not be able to have more than 3 members for workspace. I should not have more than 3 active projects and not more than 1 owned workspace. And right now I own 0 workspaces, I believe. Let me see. I don't own any. So I'm gonna log out of this one. Let's go into here. All right, so this user owns, yes, I have 1 workspace and I am on the free plan, so I can only get 1 owned workspace. So if I come back here and I try to create another one, I should not be able to. Let's go this. Should not. Cool. Failed to create workspace. Please try again. But now I actually need to properly show that error. Access. Okay. I'm doing a client loader. Weird. Turn no. Let's change this. Let's go. All right, that's better. Just get around this client loader. Find out where this error is. Probably form message. This. Okay, so I need to grab or show at least into display. And new error. Can't create a workspace. Okay, you said Vanilla.js mostly for Chrome extension and other languages specific to Salesforce. It's already approved in Chrome Web Store. Okay, that's cool. Um, are you planning on like putting this on other browsers and anything like that? Like, I guess Safari and whatever Apple's browser is and all those. Are you planning on like doing that in other ones, or are you just mostly sticking to Chrome? And who here in chat has actually used one of those AI browsers? I've always been curious if anybody's actually used those. I haven't heard anybody actually using those, but I'd be very curious. Okay, all right. Recognize the corner limit back in response to show a dedicated plan limit added. All right, so add a workspace limit error message. You reached the workspace limit for your current plan. Upgrade your plan to create another workspace. Grab the error from the JSON. Workspace. Try again. All right. A lot. All right, so let's try this again. It's not showing our error. All right, let's come here. Let's go log out. Log in. I own 1, 2. I own 2. So my current plan allows me to have 3. So if I come here and I create another one, it should go through. And it does. But if I come back and try to create another one, no, I actually have 3. 2 out of 3. All right, so that actually works. But if I come back as this one, I'm still getting that regular error. So let me see. That's not. right, let's see here. Passing, assert user within workspace quota. Here's the payload, await error. Quota exceeded or workspaces you reached, and then pass this to being returned as a raw response from auth middleware, and the client side better auth error object was not reliably exposed. Quota exceeded. Reach the workspace limit. All right, prioritizes context error to marriage. All right, let's see if that fixed it. There. All right, there we go. That's the right error. You reach the workspace limit for your current plan, upgrade your plan, and create another one. So basically what I had to do is, because I'm using Better Off and they kind of handle things a little bit differently for these creations, I needed to explicitly return this error from the creation middleware of organizations. So here's the payload. Basically, I'm pulling that error from it, and then payload error equals, and that error has this quota exceeded, and the resource is for workspaces. I am going to return this new response. Basically, I'm changing what the message is to this, and then returning this also payload. So error status fighters. All right, cool. So that works. Boom. So I cannot create another one because I am on the free plan, and then I am only allowed 3 members. So let's go check that, make sure that's guarded. All right, it's here. 3 members, so I should not be able to invite somebody else. Let's go test. That's the email. So I need to also change that error message to give a clear response why I cannot do that. All right, let it refactor that. And then there's one other area I'm going to have to do this as well. I know probably in my projects. So I have 3, so let's just create project number 1. Grab some copy. Cool. Two. Just unassign that, and let's go client. Here. All right, so if I come here and try to make this other one, I should not be able to create this. Let's go number 4. All right, so it didn't work, but it's obviously not the kind of response I need or want from that. So need to clean that up as well. All right, let's see what it did. So it should have grabbed my member limit error message. Reach the message. I think what it's gonna have to do again is update my better auth as well. That's gonna have to update this as well. Salesforce, you said it works for all browsers which support Chrome extensions like Microsoft Edge. Unfortunately, not planning to extend to Safari. Okay, I mean, Safari's kind of dying anyways, for sure. I guess how long did it take you to build it? And like, did you said it's already been approved? How long did it take you to get that done? Let's come here, go test. Yep, I know. So it's gonna have to do it as well. Let's check my project routes where it's just also not grabbing my errors. So I have this assert within, so that actually works, but it needs to properly handle errors. Return errors so the project is not. Okay. All right, so it said update. So let's try this again. Let's reach the member limit for its current plan. Upgrade the plan. Let's keep this short and simple. Upgrade the plan to invite more members. All right, cool. That works. Now, last one I need is my projects. Let's come here, project. Number 4. Let me make sure I know what's happening. Let's go check my console. That threw me to a. Okay, so it threw me to a 402 error payment required. All right, so instead of throwing me to this error page, I needed to actually show me a error on the form, hopefully. So let's come here. And create project form. Need to improve error handling. A user is over their plans limit. And create additional projects. Right now, it is a error and shows an error page. I instead needed to show appropriate message telling them to upgrade the plan. Here's the error You said 300 commits so far. Took 3 months. Might take 3 more months. 500 plus commits. Man, I know that. I know that struggle. Like, I guess when you started out, when you started this out, did you think it was, be pretty relatively quick and easy, or you knew it was going to kind of take this long? Because from my experience, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm definitely overconfident. I'm like, yeah, I can get this done in 3-4 weeks. Next thing you know, like 2 months later, I'm still like banging away at it. All right, so it updated this error. So wait, and then try this. And if there is an error, you're gonna throw this. Grab the payload error. Coincident. Here's the message. This has reached the active project limit for its current plan. Upgrade your plan to create additional projects. So let's come here and see what else it's updated. Then the actual form, it passes the form dot errors. So let's try this again. Refresh. Create this. All right. So through this toast, but also through this, which fix that. Um, okay. So maybe throw this toast, upgrade plan. And let's come here. Let's actually remove this. Try that. Refresh. Cool. Upgrade your plan. Toasting, but it's still throwing. Cool. Upgrade your plan, create additional projects. Exactly what I needed. All right. So that works, but let's also tighten this up and not even let you create these. Let's create a modal for these buttons for invite. All right. So then last thing I want to do is create a modal that launches instead of the creation form slash out and tries to create a project workspace or invite member that's over the plan's limits. All right, so now I'm just gonna actually completely guard these so that instead of getting the actual form and allowing them to fill all this out and get to this point, I'm gonna instead intercept this and then launch a modal basically that says you can no longer create a project because you are over the limit. And do that, and then for these projects, members, and then create a workspace as well. Cool. All right, so created this modal plan limit. You've reached the limit for your current plan. Upgrade your plan to continue. Member. All right, cool. Let's check this out. Fresh. Workspace limit reached. You reached the workspace's limit for your current plan. Upgrade your plan to continue. Okay. Come in here. Same. Remember limit for your current plan. Upgrade your plan to continue. Projects. You reached the upgrade your plan to continue. Cool. Let's come here. All right. Last thing I need to do is all right, cool. So let's come here. I think I'm a member admin, so I should be able to. 1, 2, 3. All right, so he's an admin. Let's come here. Let's try this. Cool. All right, so that's all gated. All right, all right, all right, all right. All right, let's update this. here. Let's add another one. Let's go grade. Okay. All right, so I'll come here, upgrade your plan. Cool. Come back, go to projects, members. All right, let's do this. Let's go to here. Same with this one. Let's go. Owner. Pass it down to this. Cool. Then integration. Index. All right. This one as well. I need a scope. All right, so let's see. Projects. Upgrade works. Now let's come here and as a admin, I should still not see this. Here. I'm still seeing this. That's not right. Owner only. Okay. Da-da-da. Cool. All right, now it's actually as well. So the workspace. Or its current plan. All right, come back. Cool. The workspace has reached the members limit for its current plan. The workspace has reached the project limit for its current plan. Cool. Let's log in. You've reached a grade. Okay, got it. And then same for members. You've reached. Got it.
Yeah.
Cool, bub, man. Appreciate the sub. All right, so that looks good. Just clean this up. Right, and let's come here. Tasks are still showing frozen tasks. Can you fix this? All right, I'm gonna have it refactor this because I don't know why it's still showing frozen, so it should not include those. Upgrade my plan, cool. Can upgrade. Daily. All right, that looks good. And then see what it did. Cross all visibility paths. All right. All right, cool. Let's make sure. That makes sense. Let me see this again. Check this frozen. Let's see what's been frozen. Redesign, branding redesign. So then why is this showing frozen? Completed, frozen. Oh, I know. It's not my project because I'm not the project lead. All right, that makes sense. Log you in, test at email.com. Come here. Frozen. All right, so these are all frozen. These are all frozen as well. Task. Theme. All right, that looks good. These are frozen. I can unfreeze them by upgrading my plan. Then I'm currently at what's my plan? 3. Okay, so those plans limits are in place. What else is left? Oh no. Where is it? Button to only show our workspace owners and apply changes where Sir Wombat Wham, what up, man? Why did I stop pooping? Um I've never like completely stopped. Basically, I'm towards the end of my career of what I want to do, and just stay natural kind of transition after playing as long as I have is kind of figuring out what you want to do next. And what I want to do next is this. So I've just been slowly kind of transitioning fully over to this over the last year or so. I wouldn't say I'm completely done, but for the most part, yeah, I think I am probably going to be done. We'll see. But, sometimes it just gets to a point where you just want to do something else. And after being gone for a large portion of my adult life, all around the world and being gone for like 9, 10 months at a time, sometimes you want to start doing something else. Let's see if that worked. Come here. All right, cool. So let's make sure as a other user member. All right, so let's come here. What did I pass down? Is workspace owner. Give me some time there. All right, got it. Cool. All right, did that. Plan badge, user menu, super user. Limits. Let's do this. Sir Wombat, could you tell me how you started playing professionally and what were your routines to get there? Um, I mean, it's been a long journey. Trying to think. I think like most kids over here in the U.S., I don't know where you're at, but in the U.S., most kids grew up playing sports. I grew up playing pretty much every sport. I played like five sports at a time. My first sport actually was football. That was like my main sport for a good while, and then I kind of switched over in high school, and basketball became the main kind of go to for me. And early on, since middle school, I pretty much knew I was going to play Division 1 basketball, and I always knew I was probably going to be a professional athlete at some level. I didn't know if I was going to try to do it in NFL or I was going to try and do it in basketball. I didn't really know. I just knew athletics was kind of like my life growing up. And how I got there was, man, I just put hours upon hours upon hours of time in the lab. It's kind of like what I'm doing now. I don't really know any other way to do it other than getting the work in and putting the time in. I was a gym rat. I lived in the gym 24/7. I was always playing. I was always hooping. Like it was just something that was continually a part of my life on a daily. So just the amount of time that you got to put in to even get to the high levels of college is pretty insane. But to get say pro, yeah, you got to put in even twice that. So like it's literally just amounts to obviously having natural ability and athletic ability and talent and a proclivity for it, but then also putting in an insane amount of hours and work there. So routine wise, can't really tell you. It's kind of just what everybody knows. You know, you go to the gym, you get up shots, you get a post work, you get up dribble moves, you get up a little bit of everything. Like you just go in there and do the drills over and over and over again. And I played as much as I could, even pick up and everything. So that's, I mean, that's a whole nother conversation when you come to like professional athletics and kind of like the current state of it. But from what I see of like a lot of younger kids in guys these days is that they don't play enough. They do a lot of training, they get a lot of drills in, they have trainers, they do all like the skill stuff. They're highly skilled, but they don't play enough. Like you don't really get a feel for the game until you start playing. And I played as much as I possibly could, and I trained on my own. That's pretty much was the secret to it. It wasn't really much of a secret. It was just literally about putting in the work. All right, so if this is frozen, I want to add. I want to actually password for. All right. Where am I? Name, badge. All right, let's go. That is, and then yeah, I'm gonna let that do that. All right, so let's go wire up this to do. All right, I'm gonna stand. That's been enough sitting for me. All right, so I need to display some special badges for this. Let's go constant loading. Da, da, da. Workspace frozen by ID. Then you add that to this workspace resolve flash for my latest. Okay. And then you pass that down to here. Have that frozen at. All right. Let's see how I want to do this. Badge. Badge. Really like that badge. Let me think. Workspace that frozen. Now let's see. Um, that ain't working. Put you. Go flex. And then let's put you. Rank 0. All right, so a little bit better. Let's come here. P. All right, that looks good enough for me. So add some styling to this so that you know it's frozen. You can still get there, but it is frozen. All right, that's good enough for me. this. Yeah, I got a little bug there. So let's see if I can fix this. All right, so if I can fix this bug, and then I mean, pretty close to being done here. All right, let's see what I did. It's consistent with next model layer cleanup, not fully releasing by interactivity. Passing on open change through directly. Benefits cleanup if the model layer gets stuck. I see that fixed my issue. Let's see this. All right, here we go. That didn't fix it. That's not the right fix. One thing I've noticed about Chatien, if you use Chatien, since it relies on like Radix and some other older packages that aren't necessarily maintained, is that there are some kind of quirky bugs sometimes that don't really make sense that you have to kind of go in and low-key fix yourself. directly from a focus drop down menu. How much can leave focus or stay in a bad spot? Best net floated for opening until the menu closes. Opening until the menu closes. Okay. Dialog descriptions to clear the access view warnings. All right, let's try this out. Let's try this out again. Let's come here. Let's go to sort of refresh actually. Edit details, cancel. Cool. So weird bug that always seems to happen is if you're dealing with a bunch of modals and dialogues pop-ups, because of the way they default these to be modal open, it low-key can lock your navigation. So sometimes you have to be very careful with your states. Let me just make sure my other ones don't have those issues. And they don't. Just on one page for whatever reason. That was weird. And there's like one more bug I know I have that isn't notifying clients that are already users. Let's go client 5. Bring you here. Let's copy you. Come here. To client 5 is Harry. So as that client, I should be seeing this in-app notification. Yep. All right, fix that apparently. That should be in my projects, I believe. Yep. All right, that looks good. So let's knock that off the list. Client locking. Let's see what else. What else? What else? What else? What else? All right, expel the side facing model behavior. Stable scroll bar. Got our global so opening dogs. As long as you're help keep the page not scrollable. Serve globally neutralize scroll lock. Apply this. That removes the visible push in without breaking dialog. Right, Let's see. Let's go. I'll make those changes. Try this again. All right, that fixed it. All right, that's much smoother. So I'll keep that. And then let me see what else. All right, so next is add a badge here. All right, let's go beginning header, user menu, my account, king, add badge. No, wire this up manually. Okay, wire this to do a separate badge to display user's current. All right, what else? Let's remove that. All right, so I created my pan badge, labels, free plan, pro plan, free, pro, plan limits. Header, plan ID, pass it down. Get the user plan. Grab that current plan. Current plan equals await. Grab that based on this session. Current plan. Pass it in to here. Badge variant equals current flow. Oh, second. Let's go. Cool. Let's maybe add that plan. Let's add an icon for that. Why not? Star. All right, and then Let me give you a. Try that. Maybe. Yeah, it's better. All right, let's check this. Come to mobile. Add it here as well. Let's not do this manually. Let's just say factor this for menu. Under name. All right, so it should be, let's check a free user. See what it did. Pass it on here. All right, check. So the free user, you should see free plan, but no star. Let's come here. Plan equals pro. Why is it showing up? That's interesting. Oh, I know why. It's my mobile. Let's come here. All right, so let's factor this into its own point in the mesh folder and so I'll let that refactor and then see, just for description. A badge, better pro, cool. Move you out of there though. All right, cool. That fixed it. And then maybe not margin top two. Maybe go one, middle, cool. Let's remove you. Let's come back. Free plan. Let's log you out. Pro plan. Pro plan. Now let's go maybe not star. Let's asteroid. See what that looks like. Okay, what's its name though? Asteroid, no asteroid, huh? Okay. What about all right, that actually looks better. banner with that, and then all right, because I'm doing pro plans and there's a lot of complexity when you start doing payments and in terms of ownership and everything is based on the owner of the workspace. Basically, the owner of the workspace controls what you're able to do within the workspace. I'm going to have to basically gate this so that you can't do ownership change. Might add that later, but right now I'm just going to go ahead and remove that. So let's do this. Let's go to okay, so I need to remove ability to make to non-owners to an owner, both the server side and in the UI. All right, so I need to basically remove the ability to change a non-owner's role to an owner on both the server side and in the UI. That's where it was. All right, hold on. All right, let's remove this first. I'm same little lock problem with my change role on members and on my client edit route and model. Can you apply any fixes here for the change? The same problem I was having before. Should be able to fix that pretty easily though. First, deferred, refresh. All right, cool. I fixed it. So then need to remove the ability, change the non actually it's this I factor. All right, so basically I'm just going to remove the ability to change a member's role to an owner because that can cause complications with my payment setup right now in terms of determining which owner and all that. That's a ton of complexity I don't feel like adding at this kind of level, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove that, and then I might introduce it later on down the road when I have a tighter understanding of how I would want to handle that situation. So before it was pretty flexible in terms of you can change roles very easily and make people owners and admins or whatever, but I don't want to do that. So I'm gonna just go ahead and strip that out. So within here, you already started to see it, but in the UI, it removed it. Permanent owner is not allowed, so okay. Then also on the back side, it's the most important is it updated my better offs basically to prevent owner changing. Request roles, hide body, target member. All right, for request roles member, and there's an ID. Not deleted. And if the target member's role is not an owner, don't allow that to happen. All right, cool. Easy enough. Just gonna worry about that at a later date, possibly. Add a ton of complexity in terms of payments and roles and management, and it's just not worth kind of going down that road right now. When most people wouldn't be actually utilizing that, it's a very edge case kind of situation. So I'm just going to remove it. All right, so that's done. Making pretty good progress here. Almost done, honestly, with my full payment setup. So gonna do a couple more tests. My workspace gets completely frozen. I can't do anything that I need. So I don't need to clean anything up here. I think this is good. Can't do anything there. Can't do anything there. Can't make any changes to this. Cool. Go into the projects. Cannot interact in any way meaningful here. And then same within our restarter project. It's kind of locked. Cool. Interact, as you can see notes, but I can't do anything with that. Can't manage a client. Let's see. Okay. That looks good. And then on my other one, the frozen members, I can't actually do anything with. I can't. Got it. Great. Oh, I need to check is that you cannot Gupta. What is the lines of code currently? I don't know what you mean specifically. Let me know what you mean. What are the lines of code? Like there's a lot of lines of code, so which ones are you specifically talking about? Upgrade your product. Got it. The 757 CJ Pro Hooper to Pro Editor. I got a dating show for you to join tonight. Nah, I'm good. I'm good in that department. All right. All right, so that's one last thing I need to check. I need to make sure that this user, now that they're frozen, should not be able to access this workspace. All right. Let's test this. Go test 12. Right now, they still have access to this, and it should not be the case. So let's come back here. Let's change this. So it's going to be, going to need to add some guards to my layout. Guards in my project. Um, okay. Need to add some guards. Right. Open members from accessing a workspace and its projects. So they are frozen. Trying to navigate from dashboard. Page from the dashboard should follow notifying them they are currently frozen, navigating to a project and its subroutes should redirect to the dashboard with a toast and same for navigate to the space from the URL. Update the dashboard workspace cards to have the same styling as frozen workspaces. All right, I'm gonna let that go ahead and do all that because I don't want to refactor all that myself. That shit gets very tedious. Mark KW, what up, man? Thanks for joining chat. What's the stack? Right now, I am always building all my apps on React Router 7, so JavaScript, React, TypeScript, all that goodness. Backend, I kind of use Supabase as my DB, and then I use Drizzle ORM to handle all the communications with my database. When I go and deploy on my production side, I typically use my own VPS, and then I use BetterAuth for authentication. I use Shatien for UI design and the components, and then I use Tailwind for the CSS. That's the general stack I kind of roll pretty much every time right now. Really 208, man. What up, man? Thanks for joining the chat. Yo, bro, just dropping in. Saw the title, love it, man. Never too late to become a programmer. Absolutely not, man. As long as you can breathe, man, you can do whatever you want. You should do whatever you want. Do what makes you kind of passionate, and that's kind of always how I live my life. Like, you should not limit yourself. So I agree with you there. And this AI garbage does make it feel like an uphill battle, but it'll be worth it. Yeah, man. I mean, I look at two ways. Like, obviously, AI is gonna introduce a lot of issues and slop and just shitty code and shitty apps and shitty things, but it does also empower people to kind of build beyond what they were, maybe possibly capable of. I think if you do it the right way, you actually learn how to code and you learn the basics and understandings and how things work and how things should work and what's safe and what's not safe. Like, as long as you know like the core, the fundamentals of coding and have a kind of good grasp on that, I think AI can be a net positive for somebody that is actually knows what they're doing in development. But I agree with you. There is a ton of like AI slop and bullshit out there. But I try to like also learn how to build with AI. But my first 6 to 8 months of actually like fully going into this once again um, was all done without AI. So, and this hasn't been like a new thing for me. It's kind of been a lifelong on and off for me. So I'm not starting from absolute zero. All right, let's check this. Basically from dashboard now opens a fresh one. Right, so basically, I'm adding guards and checks to make sure somebody that is a frozen member in a workspace, they don't have access. So here's the styling member frozen at is frozen equals frozen at or all right, cool. Added a new route members. All right, so we call the API. Memberships. I had to add it in. So this is checking if he is frozen or the user is frozen, workspace frozen, max use model. New map, active membership rows, map, find basically all the workspaces you're frozen in. Initial layout, try, membership status. Okay, so that's rolling, dashboard message equals throw, redirect, fast, just frozen, okay. Redirect there. This is, where is this, workspaces? I just throwing my modal. Index. All right, cool. It looks all right. Ray Dwight, 100% AI does support learning if used properly. Can be the best teacher. AI makes good architects better, but bad juniors worse. Absolutely. It can reinforce bad thought and bad thinking because it's all it is. It's definitely it's definitely programmed and wired to kind of agree with most of your assumptions, whether it's the right way to do it or not. It will try to accomplish it the way that you want it to. But I think if you are, very mindful of that and ask it very direct, pointed, explicit questions and like ask for maybe multiple options and the best approaches, it can definitely teach you kind of the best way to do things, at least the standard way of doing things at least. So I try not to just like let it run wild and do whatever it wants. I fully direct it in the manner that I want. And I have definitely caught it in a few times doing things in a manner that is not safe or correct, and I've had to go in there and fix it myself. But I think that, like I said, if you are a programmer or developer that has a kind of decent understanding about coding and what should or shouldn't be happening, I think you're in pretty good hands with AI. But if you're somebody that doesn't know what the fuck you're doing and you're just vibe coding everything, there's gonna be all types of holes. Members frozen, your membership and frozen and read only. This action is unavailable until it is unfrozen. All right, so let's change this. I like that main language. This finish this action is available. All right. Or Hito, man, what up, man? Man, what do I do if I get a job as a developer, but all I do is vibe coding. I have a CS degree, but where should I start? I mean, if you got a CS degree, don't you have a start? I mean, I don't have a degree, but I'm assuming like, all right, from the assumption that you did not spend your entire, course and time in university or college, wherever you're at, building things only with AI and vibe coding, you should have a pretty good understanding about coding and you should be able to learn just by doing. But if you spent your entire 4 years, 3 years, however long you were doing to get your degree, just using AI to do everything, you kind of have to start all over again to like really kind of understand what you're doing. But I mean, you guys see this degree, you should be pretty good, man. You should be pretty good. Honestly, it's pretty daunting at first when you starting to build things and get your hands on like production level things. But the more you do it, the better you're gonna get. I mean, you got a job, so you're at a place that's way better than a lot of people these days. So I think you're heading in the right direction. Somehow you got the job. So okay. Now if I try to navigate to a project, let's see. Your workspace membership is currently frozen. Access available until you are frozen. Cool. Same with this. Let's go to all right, cool. So I'll come here, try this again. Members frozen. All right, select guard to that, and then I need to also maybe I'll leave it like that. That's fine. So add those guards, and then let's do a couple more tests. Thank you, my man. Yes, Cloud Code and Codex is saving my life. I just studied the past classes, but never like got into building project from scratch. I graduated in 2020 before AI. I just got a job in the field a little less than a year ago. Like I said, you got a job, so that's a huge start right there. So you actually have a pathway to at least make some money and be kind of set. Now, to keep your job, you're gonna have to continue to learn. That's one thing I've kind of learned from experience is that it's pretty much a never-ending learning thing. And since you said like it saved you a lot, you just studied the past classes, but you never like got into building projects from scratch. So yeah, that's I think that's a dilemma for a lot of people, not just you. Classes do a really good job of teaching fundamentals and concepts and kind of like putting you in the right direction and getting the fundamentals about coding. But when you start actually building your own real world apps, it's a completely different beast. I can tell you that right now. Like you will obviously use those concepts and like lean on the fundamentals, but you're gonna have to learn so much more in the process of what you're doing that you're gonna feel like you didn't really learn anything, but you actually did, and you might not even notice that you did, but it'll come through because you'll have a much better grasp of what you might need to do and where the direction you're heading in. It's just about learning new tools and new ways of doing things, especially when you start messing with like third parties and APIs and new packages and different languages and different frameworks. It's just like it's always going to be kind of a little bit of a learning curve, but because you have those fundamentals, you should be able to get up to speed pretty quickly, honestly. But once you start building things, that's like when you're going to really start to feel like you are a developer and that you can actually build something. Like what I would suggest outside of your work, if you got the time, you should just start building projects that you want to build. Build hard things that you want to build, and you will learn a million times more than anything you learn in class. That's just the way it is. Class will get you there and get you the fundamentals, but you have to like literally start on your own. Just start building on your own, start learning on your own. Because if you build something that you really want to build and that interests you, you will learn so much more. Trust me. And you will have to go out. You'll have to go out there and learn things that class just won't teach you or can't teach you. I thought I had a pretty good grasp before I started building apps, and then I started building apps. I was like, damn, they're starting from not zero but halfway. Um, Without AI or build using AI, you can use AI. I mean, in your current, I'll say it like this: in your current job, I'm assuming they probably have you also using AI. That's pretty much the case in most kind of workspaces these days, is that you're going to be building along with AI anyways. What I would suggest is I wouldn't offload the thinking of apps to AI, like in terms of features, in terms of logic, in terms of like edge cases, in terms of things like that. You need to do that all yourself. You have to think all the infrastructure. You have to think of the systems. You have to think of things that the way to connect things yourself. Don't let AI just do everything in that kind of general concept. But if you want to use AI to actually like write the code or help you implement a lot of those features, especially if it's a big app, I don't see anything wrong with that. But don't let it do the thinking for you. That's when you get in trouble. Like, building apps is more than just code. It's really, honestly, what I've experienced is literally more about understanding systems and how to make everything kind of work and connect together, and understanding logic. And honestly, user experience is fucking massive if you're doing a production app. Knowing and understanding and thinking about a, kind of intuitive user experience that somebody actually would use at a, reasonable level is something that I think some people probably struggle with. But it's honestly the hardest part for me. It's not the coding, but it's the logic and the user experience, and kind of thinking about all the things that could happen, that might happen, and that probably will happen. And like understanding that process, that still needs to come down to you. But AI, yeah, go ahead, use it for implementation. I use it all the time for implementation. One thing I've noticed, one thing AI can't do, especially with apps that people have actually had me kind of work on, is that they cannot predict or understand what people want. That's still a human skill at the end of the day. And I don't know what everybody wants to do. Some people want to just code and just plug away at whatever somebody has, but I like to build things. Thank you for all that advice, man. Hey, no, man, no problem, man. Appreciate you coming here and jumping in the chat, but come back anytime, man. Ask me more questions. I'm still in like the learning phase myself. I think I always will be, but one thing I've said, like, my confidence has grown exponentially from building and launching and deploying apps. That's another thing. Learn backend. If you only know front end, or you only kind of know backend, like, learn backend and learn how to connect it with the app, and learn how to host things, learn how to like communicate between systems, learn all that, and you will become pretty damn good. Walking Dead till dawn. You aren't a pro hooper. You are buns. That's what's up, bro. I don't care. Buns. Like, when people say stuff like, do people really get mad about that? Like, do you think like I'll get upset? Like, oh my god, you think I'm buns? Like, oh no. On God, 1v1 me. Bro, you ain't got enough money to 1v1 me. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay. Um, I played in the Philippines. Did I? I don't remember ever playing in the Philippines. Like, what? Jorgito, are you currently working at a company or looking for a job? No. I That's a good question. I kind of am a consultant on a company right now. I'm kind of on contract, I would say, but for the most part, I'm doing kind of freelance stuff right now. Trying to building out my kind of freelance, kind of like, freelance clients and portfolio and stuff like that. That's kind of the direction I've been heading in. I like being able to build full systems and do things on my own. So that's what I like to do. But I do kind of do some consulting work, and right now I am kind of on retainer right now for a company. But I might work for a company in the future. I don't know. It's still open. Walking Dead till dawn. I played in Greece. I doubt that, bro. I highly doubt that. Walking Dead till dawn. I use Nevim. Use VS Code. We aren't the same, buddy. You're right. We aren't the same, and thank God we aren't the same. If you're so nice, you should just put your stuff out there. I don't see any highlights. I don't see any live streams from you. Like, what's up? Like, I'm not afraid to put my shit out there. What's up? Or be honest. To be honest, do you think you're closer to LeBron or me? First of all, I don't know who you are, so no response to that. Send some links, bro. Send some highlights. Let's see what you got, man. You can look me up. My name's very easy to find. Or Hito. Nice. I'm in Dallas. Let me know. Probably my company can hire you if you're looking. Oh, damn. Hey, hit me up, man. Let's see. Hit me up with the add me on Discord, add me on GitHub, add me wherever, bro. Like we can link. Walking Dead till dawn. Look up Kevin Durant highlights. I play like him, bro. You're funny. Nobody in the history of basketball is like I play like him. Like I've never heard not a single professional player in the life say I play like him. Like what? Am I in Dallas? Nah, I'm not in Dallas, man. I'm out here in the West Coast. All right, so I should still be able to see these projects. Walking Dead, you're not even top five in the West Coast. Top five in what? I didn't know there's rankings. All right, here's the last thing I need to do. Let's test this out. Go to reactivate plan. Supervision resumed. Cool. So I come here. Still pro plan. Cool. And I come to my workspace. Now it is no longer frozen. Boom. That works. Top five in basketball. I went to Berkeley. You went to Arizona State. I didn't go to ASU either. Top five in basketball is kind of like, what does that mean? I don't think they do rankings outside of high school. That's how I know you ain't played. That's how I know you ain't played. You talking about top five rankings? You will cook me in 2K. That's probably the only place you'll cook me. Am I your first role? No, they hop in and out. Just don't bother me. I'm gonna be honest with you. All right, so that worked. Now I need to wire up something specifically. Okay. Fix issues. Okay. upgrades and their workspace. It's frozen. Oh, all right. So let me test this real quick. So I have 2 members. So let's see. Third one. All right, so I need to block that. So let's go with that real quick. I write GPU kernels. You write front end applications. Cool. I write applications that people actually use. That's what's up. All right, why this ain't working, bro? Let's revoke. Admin, owner. Some JSON demo. I see what I did. So, all right, so I added guards to my reinvite flow, which I missed. Insert within member invite quota, so I can't reinvite if I already have my quota. Cool. And then member count, get member invite, see usage. Just based on this, so remember if is invite, cool. Quota here. Get member invite, use usage. Counts member seats consumed by active members and pending invitations that's used for invite creation or some pending events reserved seat. All right, cool. Let's see if that stopped it. Let's try this again. All right, so I think I'm gonna need to restart my server. So let's go here. Still letting it go. Just little checks left. That's it. I need to make sure I can't continue to send invitations when I'm already at my limit. And then I also need to revoke invitations when I am downgrading my plan. As you can see, I can downgrade this workspace. So all this workspace's invitations should be revoked automatically. I'm gonna come in here and I say I revoke some of these. Hold on. 6. This is my remaining active workspace, and this should also maybe click to a next step that allows me to either freeze excess members or revoke specific invitations. Actually, it'll just auto revoke exceeding invitations. That's what I'm gonna do. Remaining likely app pending invitation with no expiration. Pending for expiration future. I don't think that's gonna fix it, but let's check. Might have to go in there myself. Oh, see, and it unfroze all my members and should unfreeze all my projects. So when I come here, nothing left. Cool. Let's come here to the members. Now I have a pending invitation. Now that would put me at 3. I know why I'm doing that. I know I'm messing up. Let me come here. Switch to a free plan. All right, make sure. Okay, I'm on the free plan. I'm gonna allow 3 members. So if I come to my workspace, I can see I have 3. Now let's remove you. Let's check this now. Come here. Invite you. Let's try one more time. Cool. All right, so now it's blocked. Member limit reached. You reach from the plan. Upgrade your plan to continue. Meaning I cannot invite as long as I have invitations. Reach the member limits for the plan. Upgrade your plan. All right, let's come here. Let's come here. Let's go to plan limit. Oh, workspace. Here it is. It's in my bro. Reached upgrade your plan to continue. Ojito, that's a CRM app. I wouldn't call it a full scale CRM app. It's focused on a very specific part of a business's operations, which is specifically client management and project management. There are a few kind of CRM features in terms of like you being able to communicate with team members and coworkers and stuff like that, and things like that, and emailing and task management. But for the most part, it's mostly a focused app on one specific area. And it's not just a task manager, it's definitely a full, I like to call it a full kind of project slash client lifecycle app. Particularly for companies that do a lot of contract work, it's able to take you from start to finish. All right, so that's cool. So now I got this gate in place, so I cannot invite somebody else. But if I retract this and I come back, I can. All right, so that's in place. Last thing I need to do now is revoke those invitations. Go at email.com. My bad. So I come here, come to here. Let's create two, three. All right, so I need a text invitation revoke for downgrade. So how do I want to do this? Revoke invitations on workspace freeze. All right, so I'm gonna come in here. For this one. Just go to test 3. Cool. So these should automatically get revoked when I downgrade, because this is not going to be my primary workspace. And then since I have, let's see, let's remove you. Then let's come here. Let's go test to email.com. Send a couple invites. So now what should happen basically when I downgrade here, because I already have 2, I should only revoke the latest added invitation and leave this one active, allowing that member to still join and still reach that kind of quota. So that's kind of a complicated issue that I'm going to figure out. But Paul Matan, you got a really good handle on a big project. Fun to watch, man. I appreciate that. I got a pretty good handle because this has been like every day for me. So like I know where everything is. I have a full like understanding about what needs to be done, what has been done, and everything. It's because I've literally had hands on every single kind of part of this. That's why I kind of am able to get through this pretty quickly. But it's been a journey, man. Definitely been a journey. Ojito, nice. Is this for practice, or are you building this for real client? Oh no, so this is actually a real SaaS that's going to be production. This is honestly what I'm doing right now. I am setting up my payments that I can actually handle clients and stuff like that, or not clients, but like users that can actually pay. As you can see, I need to fill in some placeholders, but I did everything. So all the SEO, all the kind of copy that you need for a real production app, it was something that I've already done, comparisons, all that good stuff for SEO driven goodness. So yeah, this is a real life production app, and it's going to offer a subscription service to people that want to use it. There's obviously a free tier, and early on there's going to be a pro lifetime access, but no, this is a full scale kind of production app, and not just for clients, but for me specifically as well. So here, I just think it's something that some people actually might find some use for. I know I have a lot of use for it, especially doing like freelance work. Machadinos, yo, what's up, Doc? Welcome to the stream. What's going on? How's your day going? All right, so let me try to plan this out. So I'll just walk you through it. So here's how I approach something like this. This is kind of a major implementation. So before I even start telling it to code anything, I make it give me a concrete plan. Okay, I need patient. What I need. Frozen workspaces, revoke all link invitations. Will it be available for mobile too? Not at this moment. That's a whole nother kind of monster I don't feel like dealing with right now. It is fully responsive and it looks very good on mobile screens and functions extremely well, but not a specific app. That is kind of another thing that I haven't really fully dug into. I know that I would have to basically kind of fork this into its own code base and manage that too. And I'm not ready. If I get to a point where like I actually make, some money from this and get a recurring revenue from this and like have people that actually use this significantly, then yeah, I will plan on like adding that to the list of things to do. But as of right now, this is just the MVP version, strictly on the web. And kind of go from there and see how people use it and see what they want. I have some more things planned, like automated things and stuff like that I think will be extremely useful, but I want to see how people use it first. Workspaces, it's for all pending active workspaces with invitations that would put them over downgrade. Limit should auto revoke the excess invitations starting with these. Can you help me plan this out? Save yourself the headache and just do media queries. Yeah. It's fully wired up for media queries and mobile screens and all that already. That's one good thing about Tailwind, honestly. That's why I do love Tailwind, because I know some people feel some type of way about Tailwind CSS, but they have concrete, very easy to use media queries when you need to change specific things for screens. You don't have to go in there and do all that coding with CSS on a separate style sheet. You can just go in there and literally type in 2 letters and you got a mobile kind of optimized look. So that is one great thing about it, Tailwind. Machadinos, I thought you were a real program, not a slot machine handler. JK, I also use AI. I mean, look, my goal is not to be a crack coder. That is not my goal. Like, my goal is to build shit. Like, I will use whatever tool is available to me, and I don't even think you can code these days like at a full scale at the speed that you want to without it, honestly. So you said you also use AI, so what do you build? How long you been developing? Absolutely, everybody uses AI these days. Palmaton, media queries change the game. Absolutely, man. Like I'm old enough to like remember like I had to go in there and literally like figure out the breakpoint of every single screen size by the pixel and try to kind of account to that. And it was a fucking monstrous mess, especially when there's so many screens and it was such a new kind of concept that you have to actually make websites look for on phones and stuff like that. Oh my god, I was like, geez, like I'm I hated that part of it. And now that I started using Tailwind, and I just learned I could just type in LG MD SM, and automatically it gets applied and changes and looks good. And like I'm like, oh yeah, nah, never going back. Imagine Daniel's Tailwind is the reason I'm still alive. I mean, it's a time saver. Honestly, I was somebody that used to hard code CSS pretty regularly, and I had a pretty good hand on CSS and front end. But Tailwind, it changed my mind. Like it's the granularity of it, like the ability to literally take one specific div or whatever and make minute changes right on the spot and have it still be pretty universal. Game changing. Need to plan out. All right, let's see what plan it comes up with. So you've been developing for 5 years or so, 2 years professionally. Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. I'm going on a little bit over a year right now. Professionally, I would say like somebody, but I've definitely been developing like on and off for a large portion of my life. But what have you work for somebody, you freelance in? Kind of what do you do? If you like media queries, you gotta try container queries. Never heard of container queries. I'll definitely check that out. One thing I am looking forward to, that's really looking forward to, is when CSS finally has a native masonry feature. Not one that like goes up and down like a newsletter, but like left to right and just fills the gap. I hear it's coming. I hear it's in development right now. I hear you can kind of do it in beta until it gets widely adopted against across browsers. Hopefully pretty soon. Once that happens, like if you can just throw masonry on a container and it just automatically like loads like that, you don't have to use JS packages and shit to get to do masonry right, and increase the load of your website. Like I can't wait to that day. That's one thing for CSS that it desperately needs for me. All right, so it's gonna plan this out. So like I said, basic concept of what I'm going to do is this. So when I come here and downgrade my plan, say to a free plan, this is what you also have to account for is how do you do with these limits? So they're gonna have new limits basically that occur once your plan expires. So again, little kind of checklist like which first phase to freeze to make the free plan here, and then here as well. You're gonna have to pick which projects to freeze, meaning like get you to the limit. You can no longer activate those. And then with some auto revoking with invitations. And I guess one last thing I need to do, for example, is unfreezing a project after other projects are completed. So that's something I'll probably end up wiring up to. The Tailwind is ugly, but it's an ugliness every developer needs in their life. So easy and fast to read. Absolutely. Like it is ugly. Like I mean, I understand why people hate seeing all that text all over the place, but when I get kind of a final design and final kind of finish of what I want, what I basically do is I take all of those kind of like classes and names that I use all over the place, and then I put them into just one custom class, and then you can just replace that with that custom class. And what's amazing is with AI is that you can tell AI to do that, and it does a pretty good job of refactoring all that duplicates into classes for you that you use all over again. That reduces the word vomit of that Tailwind comes with pretty easily. I use AI heavily for refactoring my code and making things simpler and cleaning things up. So I don't think people use that enough for that, like especially for Tailwind. You said you work for a big company, Siemens Energy. For those who might know, I think I've heard of it for sure. Um, you think Chrome already has it on? Yeah, I know Chrome does. Chrome does have it. I think there's like I don't think Apple's browser has it yet. I'm pretty sure Edge doesn't have it yet. But Chrome is always kind of at the forefront. I know Chrome you can do masonry. I'm just waiting for it to get kind of like widespread adoption. Hopefully, pretty soon. He said, "Not a company, but I get the liberty to shoot myself in the foot." I mean, that's kind of dope because like my thing is like I don't really want to work for like a giant company that you're just a piece. in some giant app or project or whatever that's already been going, and you're just coding kind of shitty stuff. But if I can like have a hand in the start of something new, of new projects, that'd be a dope. That'd be kind of a dope situation. Is vibe coding a job now? I mean, I feel like vibe coding is the job now for a lot of places, unfortunately. All right, when invitations are auto revoked during ground rage, users be notified. All right, here's the steps. um, add helpers, okay. Add remove helper. Track for location for fully frozen. Integrate trim replication. Compute active. Compute active, non compute. Member count, integrate trim replication. Invite seats. Flag. Bye bye. Two pack. What up? Where did I hoop at? I hooped all over. I did 4 years, University of Nevada. I did about 14 years professionally overseas, mostly in Europe and like Italy and like that. And then, a little bit of G League and stuff like that. But I mean, mostly pretty much all over, mostly in Europe. All right, let's figure this out. Um, my Dinos. Did I ever come to Portugal? No, I actually never played in Portugal. I actually came close. I almost actually signed to a team a few years ago in Portugal, but for most places I played, like I said, in Italy, France, Greece, a few other places. But probably I think like 6 years in Italy, and I lived all over. But never made it to Portugal. I played in Spain, obviously, for like Champions League and Euro Cup and all that other stuff, but I never actually played in Portugal. Two pack, man, that's good for you. That's sick. Okay, fuck. I'm new to the channel. How long you been at that for? First of all, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining in and hopping in the chat. Uh, I always tell people it's been an on and off thing for me. Like I've been doing this since I was young. I've always been interested in computers and developing and software and stuff like that. So I was kind of self-taught early on and always a tinkerer when I was a kid and growing up. And then my first actually degree was going to be computer engineering in college, but no way I could manage that with basketball, or didn't want to, honestly. I wanted to have a life. So I switched to business. But during that whole time, I was still building a lot of things, doing web development, stuff like that, websites and little things like that on my own for other people. But for the last like year, 2 years, I've been kind of going full into learning programming full time and being able to do this full time. So I would say a year, 2 years, but on and off my whole life. Invitations, relocations. All right, invitation, relocation, result, string, mode, all, or trim. Okay, so pending. Get pending invitations. So I'm getting each organization, and I'm searching the invitations table where the status is pending. Yep, appreciate the sub. And then I'm gonna revoke those pendings by the IDs. So I'm gonna take that if information like. So I'm taking that. Revoked rows equals update invitation, set status to canceled, where invitation the status is pending. An array. Okay, then you're gonna return that revoked row. Then this is just to revoke all pending. Pending invitations ID, pending IDs. And it's pending IDs is just all those. And this one is just to revoke the newest first. Okay, so allow pending invitation count, max, pending rows. Slice to the revoke count. Real count is gotten from pending rows linked minus allowed pending invitation count, which is going to be passing the argument. Okay, that looks good. So phase two. Which team did I play for? I mean, there's a few. I played for Rome, played Caserta, I played Brescia, I played Nancy, I played for Patras, all over, man. Like honestly, all over the place, honestly. Sit from basketball program. That's a crazy good life story. No cap. I mean, it's definitely crazy. It's not normal. I will say that. Like most, I don't know too many other athletes or basketball players that are getting into programming after their career. Most of them are going into coaching or training or something in the media, and that. All that sounds just mind-numbingly boring to me, quite honestly. Tupac, I subbed in React Native Dev for a minute. I actually just landed this job at Expo. I'm super hyped about it. You got a Twitter? I don't got a Twitter. I got a Discord. You can add me on there. Pretty sure it's IMD Hunt. I gotta check again, but I'm pretty sure it's IMD Hunt. I have a Twitter somewhere. Probably haven't used that Twitter in probably like 15 years. So best place probably to get me is Discord if you got that. And nice, I've been right. Oh, congrats on landing that job too. You said at Expo. That's what's up. All right, phase two, it changed. Fully frozen workspace path inside now does freeze workspace completely. Freeze workspace completely and revoke all pending. Okay. Active workspace trimming. All right. Active member row. Wait. DB select. Find that workspace trim newest. Cool. Drifting behavior. Okay. That's good. Force. Set up for each can be here based on the sub that user ID. Cool. Force free to across. All right, let's go implement H5. Foundation. Just gonna run some tests. All right, cool. Tupac, you said you've been a dev for a little over a year, and you got super lucky from posting content from stuff I build on Twitter and LinkedIn. That's the way to go. I mean, I just tell people all the time, like, man, you gotta kind of put yourself out there more than ever, probably ever before for people that's comfortable. Um, I think that's one place a lot of people can get advantage from is if you can like show what you're doing live and in public. I think people are gonna find more opportunities. I've definitely got more opportunities just from live coding from my freelance side than I did before. So you said how many of those live? Man, I'm afraid of not being able to use AI during coding. Man, you gotta start practicing. Start practicing, man. Like you use AI, but honestly, if you're gonna start learning this stuff, I'll tell you the best way. Like you can continue to use AI, but what you should do at least 30 minutes to an hour every day, which I still do to this day, is I will tell my agent to like, hey, compose some like tests, some whatever coding test, whatever that you need that you're kind of weak in every day, and just do that every day, and it'll give you a different kind of example or different test every single day. So it's basically like prep testing, and like practice testing every day. And then eventually you're going to get pretty fucking good at it and being able to understand that. Like, just use the resources that are available. Like, I still do that to this day. Like, I'll wake up before I even touch anything or get some coffee or drink my tea, whatever I'm doing. Before I even touch the keyboard, code anything, I'm going to do a little quick, challenge, some practice tests or something. Just an hour a day. Easy. And then start building stuff. You said you weren't building anything, man. You got to start building some stuff. All right, so add some logs for me so I can track everything and create some tests. All right, it's gonna run those tests. My Dino all coding interviews I went to were a joke. Tasks are useless for regular developer. My luck is that I love leak code. I wasted too many days in leak code. Yeah, I haven't even thought about leak code or touched leak code or sniffed it. I probably won't, but I is that still a useful thing? Like especially interviews and just new job positions, is it even still useful to even like kind of go down that road? And for those of y'all that got jobs and did interviews, how often do they ask about like projects that you built? Like, do they kind of go through your repo? Do they see what you built? Do they ask you to kind of take you through what you built? Like, how does that work? And you know what I use for AI more than anything else? Writing tests. Writing tests. Like, that's probably my least favorite part about building an app is the testing and building tests. Carmelo, what up, man? Thanks for joining the chat. You said rarely do people follow up with any projects or relevant work. I find myself asking if they had a chance to review any of the links. I always no. That's crazy. I mean, to me, like obviously there's testing and there's interview things and things that have been kind of standardized probably across the board. But don't you think like being able to build a full project or app is a better sign of your capabilities than doing a random test? That's just my kind of thinking and opinion about it. I feel like if I had a company that was hiring, I'd rather see that you had the initiative and something that you built that is actually, high level versus seeing you to complete some test that I will never ever use in my job. Johan B, what up, man? It depends on companies. Most high level companies, you will not get passed without some sweaty system design or leak code question. Damn, crazy. My Dinos, at least from the interviews I went to, they don't care about your projects, sadly, and the coding part is always some leak code style exercise. But I'm from Portugal. People here are small minded, so in other countries it's surely better. How do I start with? I mean, it's just weird to me because like, how many jobs are you actually going to be using leak code level coding? Like most jobs, you're not going to be doing nearly that type of shit, especially for the companies around here that are mostly commercial facing and simple kind of apps and applications. So I don't really see like the necessarily benefit of that, but you know, I know everybody's trying to keep a high standard in terms of who they hire and whatnot. I just feel like projects are definitely a much better representation of somebody's abilities than a test. It's kind of always been that way. two pack 100%. Seeing someone's portfolio projects that have actual user tools that are actually useful means so much more. I mean, that's just kind of how I come from. That's, I mean, if you can build something that like has users, has functionality, works in the real world, deals with every part of a coding system, front to back, like if you can show me you can have that knowledge and ability to implement something like that, I am gonna have more faith in you as a developer, as a worker in general, than somebody who can just code out problems for me. Yeah, lead code questions aren't useless for a developer by level. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, aren't they mostly useless? Like for most positions, like 99% of coding positions, you're not going to be using leak code type abilities. Like, I don't really understand why everybody's so in love with it. Carmelo, they rather watch you deal with the pressure of coding while screen sharing instead of reviewing commits, reviewing how you close issues, etc. No one has time for it, anyways. No, all right. Johan, they do all that, and then when you get in, they are like so into AI and are investing millions into it. That's also what I'm saying. Like all this coding questions and all these examples, like you're gonna just make us use AI anyways. So I don't really see the point. Kind of crazy. It's definitely a very different world from like sports because ain't nobody gonna like try to hire you based on how many layups and threes you can shoot or something like that. It's all gonna be based on past performance. And if you can show them like, you know, your highlight tape or your reels or whatever, that's gonna get you a job way more than like seeing you in person, honestly. Going through a workout or some shit like that. Like that doesn't really show you much because you're not in the real world in a real world situation. Johan B, looking at it from their side, I think it's probably a great filter for thousands of job requests to get. Yeah, I'm sure they get an insane amount of job requests. I mean, I'm not like knocking it because I understand that they probably get a deluge of applications that are impossible to kind of go through, and they're using it just as the first kind of barrier in terms of like who they even want to spend time on. I mean, I get that part of it, but I just feel like you miss out on a lot of like actually good programmers and developers and stuff like that because there's way more to programming and building things than just decoding. Understanding systems is a huge part of this. My Dinos, you built an entire e-commerce website from scratch that runs for $0 per month with cloud infrastructure. No one in the interviews cared about it. Yeah, that's crazy. It's a crazy world out there, man. That's why honestly I don't want to go the route of getting a job. I'm trying to establish this to a point where I can kind of just do what I want when I want and freelance on my own, work for who I want to work. I'd rather work contract work than for a company anyway. So kind of crazy. If someone solves a problem how to hire with great efficiency, that's $1 billion idea. Yeah, I mean it's impossible. That's impossible, right? Because I mean, as good as you might be technically, I feel like most workspaces, what if you hate working with that person? Like, what if he's not a good person to get along with? What if he doesn't, you know, he's not a team player? What if he doesn't do anything like that you need? Like, there's just so many kind of layers that go into hiring somebody that are beyond technical skills that, yeah, that's kind of impossible. Carmelo, most recruiters are hiring teams are super taxed right now. Some are honest with the amount of candidates they're seeing. Some, most places are between 500 to 1,000 in just 48 hours. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it's market's definitely fucked up. I will say that it's definitely fucked up. I mean, for people like who have been developing for like a long time and stuff like that, like, do you guys feel like honestly, this is how I kind of feel like nowadays, pretty much as a developer, you almost have to have your own side hustle and side gig to kind of buoy you these days, because you can't just rely fully on a company or a job. Like you have to have some type of side thing going. Is that kind of how a lot of people are finding themselves in? Figure out these failing tests here. Cannot be is null. Fix that. Wait, is null. Never not deleted that. Never not frozen that. But it actually can be null. So what's going on there? Need to define is null. Um, Burke LS, man, what up? Thanks for joining the stream, the chat. One of my building looks complex. I am building a kind of like project client management SaaS for freelancers, agencies, consultants, businesses, whatever, to basically manage client work from start to finish, all in kind of one place, one timeline, and not have to, email back and forth and communicate on, team Slacks and shit like that, all just in one timeline. And looks complex. Honestly, it's really not that complex. Like in concept, it's really not that like complex. It's a lot of features that a lot of other apps already have and use, and I'm building on top of that. The complexity comes when you're dealing with like the logic of like, especially like authentication and access and roles and permissions and management. That's where the complexity of that comes into, more so than the coding and building of it. For Heat, though, I mean, projects is what gets you an interview. Then on interview is coding interview pretty much. Carmelo, smart ones of us managed to keep up their side work while running good full time gigs. I wasn't able to keep up with that myself. I have been at my current job for a while. I want to leave, but the interviews are hard with full time work. Side hustle is kind of congested, so you need time. So you need time there for new ideas. Okay. Man, you just hear all these stories about people getting let go and in between jobs constantly, especially right now. That is like, I feel like you kind of need that. Like if you can take that skill. I mean, that's one great thing about programming. So also I want to like build this skill up is because you can pretty much use it anywhere. Like you can use it in any kind of industry, any area. Everybody needs to be on the web. Everybody needs some sort of online presence, some technical expertise, and if you can have a kind of like side gig or freelance gig that can kind of like get to a point where it can either sustain you or like at least aid you in between those areas, I feel like it's kind of a must. Burks LS, very cool. Good, you're taking care of the authentication and permissions as well. I can imagine it takes both the insight and a good mind to create that good building. I appreciate that. It definitely takes a lot of planning and a lot of thinking and a lot of, there's definitely been some moments where it definitely hit some walls and I'm like, damn, I don't really know how to approach this or what's the best way to approach this, and trial and error and some major refactors. But it's a good problem solving exercise, the least, because there are a lot of like moving parts with roles and permissions. So apps like these is definitely little things. The behind the scenes things are way more complicated than the app itself. The app itself is super simple to use and understand. It's just all that behind the shit, that things that you got to do is can be very time consuming. All right, so it should work now. So I should be able to downgrade, and when I downgrade, this should be frozen, and then all these invitations should automatically be revoked. And then this should also revoke one of these. Should just revoke this invitation, but leave this one because I'm still not at my limit. So let's try that out. Let's go revoke this workspace or freeze it, freezing it. It doesn't really matter which ones I'm gonna freeze. I'm just gonna freeze these three. Cool. Downgrade to free. Affected projects and members have been frozen. So then come here. You see, it did get frozen. Here come the invitations. Revoked. That's exactly what I wanted. And then I come back to here. It revoked everything. All right. Not necessarily what I was going for, but not the worst. Only supposed to revoke one, but it revoked all. I might not overcomplicate this. I might just let that ride. And just allow them to kind of resend invitations if they have to. I might just do, just so I don't continue to add complexity to this. All right, because it revoked it. It was only supposed to revoke one, but it revoked both. So I think I'm probably gonna leave that. You said you saw a video a while back about an ex who had a really hard time finding a new job because the interviews are broken. I think I saw that one too. I've been watching a lot of tech videos and you know all that stuff now that I've kind of started getting into this. There's definitely been a lot of those type of videos talking about how hard the market is. I mean, one more advice I'll give to people that coders out there that might actually want to start freelancing and doing things on the side and trying to build up that side of things. I would scale up. I would kind of cross scale if you can learn how to manage like marketing side of things and branding, and you can manage Google's analytics, Google Ads, stuff like that. There is a huge market for that for people that are able to not only build the website and do all that, but tie it into the marketing and branding and actually running of businesses. That's where I've been able to find most of my like significant work is being able to not only build something for somebody, but also help them with the actual business and marketing side of things. That's been a huge kind of advantage for me in terms of like work. Because honestly, most people that have businesses, especially small businesses, don't actually know what they're doing. So if you can help them in any way, they are more than glad to like use you for all those sources instead of having to go to three, four different people to get what they need. All right, so I'm gonna leave that as it is, and then I'm just gonna tell it to All right, so I'm just going to tell the refactor. So do downgrading and patients and active projects. Remove the added complexity. All right, so it's going to refactor that instead of basically wiring it up so it only removes certain invitations. I'm just going to remove them all immediately, and then they can just kind of resend invitations as needed. That's just going to complicate things and create a lot more issues. And once I do that, I'm probably going to hop off, and then I will probably finish up the last little touches of my payments tonight. And then tomorrow, I'm just going to finish up some of the SEO, and then it'll be good to go. My Dinos, have a great day. Such night, man. You too. Have a good night, man. Appreciate you hopping in here and joining the chat. Catch you next time, man. All right, so it should have stripped out. Let's see. Yeah, all this complexity. Let's just reduce all that. These three trim. Yep. So just remove all. Cool. That's what I want. Mauricio Diaz, man, what's up, dog? I'm not gonna go through the whole product again, but it's basically a SaaS app that allows freelancers, agencies, businesses, consultants, whoever in kind of that realm that does a lot of client work to the ability to basically invite and manage a client in their projects all in one place, all in one timeline without having to between multiple email threads and apps and stuff like that. It allows you to create a workspace, invite workspace, create a workspace, invite coworkers and members, and also invite clients. I appreciate the follow. I keep typing wrong. Just because I read navigation, not YouTube, man. I appreciate that. Don't matter. Appreciate that. Catch you next time, man. All right. All right, cool. So still works. The frozen invitations blocked. Double check. I'll leave that. All right, last thing I'm gonna do on this stream is just run my test, and make sure that they pass, and then I will finish things up later. Mauricio, why don't I use Cloud Code? Because I didn't learn on Cloud Code. I didn't learn using Cloud Code, and I'm comfortable with my setup right now. I use agents. I mean, I use Codex 5.3 for most of my implementation, and VS Code, and it's worked for me so far. I haven't really had any problems. I don't feel like paying extra for Cloud Code. So that's the main reason. I'm cool with the like $20 a month I'm spending. All right, Phil Pro. You can vibe code an entire fintech with that. Cloud Code's better. Not gonna lie, take a day to see the documentation, and you'll be fine. Be honest, I'm not much of a vibe coder. I don't trust vibe coding, especially for production apps that takes people's monies and takes their very sensitive information, which is what this is doing. It's a business app, and people will be passing on very sensitive information that I don't want to open myself up to issues and liabilities in the future. So I don't vibe code things. I plan things out with AI. I let it implement things, but I do not let it just vibe code entire apps for me. I don't find that very fun or enjoyable for me personally. I like doing the thinking and figuring things out and understanding where to point AI in the direction it needs to go, but I never let it kind of tell me where it's going, if that makes sense. All right, all my tests passed. So everything's still looking pretty good in terms of setup. Last thing I said, I'm going to come in here. I need to scope these building things a little bit further. Right now, it's freezing immediately. That's just for testing. In the future, it's not going to freeze anything until this fully expires. So I need to make sure I set that up. And then what else do I need? I need to make sure I can manage my, payment changing, payments, all that. Make sure it gets reflected from Lemon Squeezy, but Lemon Squeezy is going to handle that on its own end. So that should be pretty easy. And then a couple of little small tweaks and checks, and almost there. Like definitely making progress day by day. Took a much longer than this last little phase thought it would, but that's kind of the name of the game when it comes to building these apps. So, but made some major progress. So let me see. But yeah, all right, cool. So that's it for today's stream. I've done hours, put in hours today. Did a lot, got a lot done, wired up some things, got a few things left on the checklist, but definitely making major progress. And hopefully this will be up pretty soon. Other than that, man, appreciate y'all for joining the stream and joining chatting. Everybody did. Shoot me a follow. I'll follow some of y'all back. If you got Discord, add me on Discord at IMD Hunt. GitHub IMD Hunt as well. Let's connect. Let's build some shit together and appreciate it. Stay up.